Hey, why am I talking in text chat? Hi. How's it going, everybody? I had a weird day, insofar as the day constituting starting at midnight. Because at around midnight, I went for sleep for 2 hours, and then I was up until 9 a.m. And then I went back to sleep, thinking, I already got a couple hours of sleep. What could go wrong? And then I slept through 2 alarms and woke up at 4:30. So, I've got a headache, I'm tired, and I've been playing a game that has been making me angry. So, here we go. This game does that? What, Rogue Tower specifically? Yeah, so, alright. First things first. I'm hearing a lot of stuff about Starfield, and it seems like the general consensus is, it's a Bethesda game. And if you want to play a Bethesda game right now, it's there. It's that. It's what you want. But I also saw throughout all of my exploration of Skyrim modding, I saw that there is a mod for Fallout 4 that turns all of the NPCs into furries, and also the player character. So I'm thinking, like, man, Starfield doesn't even have that, huh? But I did hear that the, like, colony management stuff in Starfield is pretty cool, and that's the kind of shit that I'm into. So, I'm interested. I'm gonna give it a shot once I get the new video card shoved into my computer. There's a bunch of games that I'm gonna be just, like, poking at a bit here and there once I can run them at, you know, exceptionally high settings and perfect frame rate, and I could stream them if I want and all that jazz. Well, the video card fit. I've measured, and it fits in theory. PC Part Picker, which is usually pretty good about, like, potential size issues. Like, I put in my current case, and I put in the video card that I'm looking at, the 4070 Ti, and it was like, yep, should be good. So I'm thinking that it should be okay. The big problem is that it's a lot of fucking money, and I still have not worked up the wherewithal to just buy a video card that costs like $800 at MSRP. So then I'm paying the tax on that, and it's up to $900 fucking dollars. I'm like, oh god, it's gonna last me a while. I know that thing is gonna do me good for many years to come. But oh man. It's deductible. Yeah, I'm not going to be paying a lot in taxes this year if I do go through with it. Although, it's still deductible if, like, you give the money to someone and they purchase it, or so. I don't know. I don't know how that would work, but I know that Lawyer Dog gets cash back on Amazon purchases and shit, so I don't know. I don't know. Never turn on ray tracing, it's a scam. That's not what a scam is. Ray tracing is cool. It's not a scam, it's just not worth it. Which is usually the case. Hang on, I need to turn my fan on, it's warm in here. It's free money. Yep, it's exactly free money. Oh, goodness gracious. So, yeah, Starfield, I'm hearing broadly good things, but also like, oh, it's kind of generic. That's fine. Sometimes I want that. The Outer Worlds, like, that was kind of generic. Like, The Outer Worlds was kind of like a more structured Bethesda game. And I liked that game. I beat it like 2 or 3 times. And so, like, if the writing isn't garbage and the gameplay mechanics are fun in a, like, not a mind-blowing way, but just, like, fun enough, like, I'll play it a little bit. It's the big new Bethesda game. It would be valuable to me as someone who highly values game knowledge and game experiences in terms of, like, relatability. One of my favorite classes in university was competitive analysis, and it's just like, hey, do an examination of a mechanic from a video game. And then, like, the following week's assignment was like, okay, now find another video game that does something similar, and then compare the two. And I was, yeah! That's what I want. That's the good shit. So yeah. Hope you were competing against your classmates to analyze things. No, it was a competitive analysis in the context of you were analyzing your competition. Because, you know, you gotta be practical when it comes to game design. Sometimes another game just did the exact mechanic that you want to have in your game, so you just do it the way they did it. That, like, yeah. Like, oh man, the grappling hook in this game is really good, but what if we made it different? And it's like, yeah, but what if you just wanted to have a good grappling hook? What if you just wanted the grappling hook to be fun? That's how you get genre conventions, yeah! And that's how, like, me talking like that is how the one guy who has barely played video games in my class got all fucking snippy at me for, oh, I understand that some people just don't like thinking outside the box. It's like, fuck you! Sometimes a game did a thing good, so you want to do it like that. Eat my dick. Okay. I can't get that mad that early. I haven't even started playing the game. Okay. Where is my playlist? Okay, so, real quick. So here we go. This is Rogue Tower. I'm gonna turn the music up for a moment. Come on. We're not listening to that. I'm turning on my music. Where's my Spotify capture? Unpromising graphics. The graphics are whatever. So, okay. Let's start from the beginning here. Rogue Tower is a run-based tower defense game wherein you start with this one tile, and you've got your pathways leading to your tower, and in order to start a wave, you expand your play area, so you put a new tile over here. And now, like, that new tile is pulled from a whole big bank of different shapes of tiles. They could have different landmarks on them and stuff that will affect your gameplay. That stuff is fine. Actually, let's go ahead and just... Sounds like the vampire music in Conker's Bad Fur Day. Okay, here we go. So, you've got your tower. You start with the ballista, which is your basic, just arrow throwing tower thing. And we've also got some entities here. So the house. Every level this house will pay every adjacent tower defending it gold equal to the current level. So currently it's level 0. As soon as I start the wave, it'll be level 1, and then each of these houses will pay 1 gold to every one of your towers next to them. Cool. The mana crystal, you can place mana siphons next to the crystal in order to gather mana from it. I don't have mana siphons. Maybe we'll find some eventually. Up here you got, score, gold, you generate mana, and certain towers will use mana to fire. Here's your tower's health, all that good stuff. Alright, so I'm going to click expand. Bam! So this tile was randomly selected, and it's got a bunch of trees on it. I don't want to pick a thing yet. Tree. Chopping this tree will currently yield 1 gold. Great. So there are things that can make chopping down trees better. So maybe you just want to hold on to your trees for a while, but this tree is perched on top of a little hill. And that's important. We'll get to that in a moment. First, let's look at what options we have for the upgrade that we get this round. Building University, placed next to occult shrines to discover lost knowledge. Occult shrines will appear on tiles randomly, and they're way less likely to show up in early levels. So for the first 10 tiles that you place, it's pretty unlikely for occult shrines to show up. So getting the University, you can get it now, and then you will for sure have it if you do find some of these shrines, but having it doesn't change the rate at which you are likely to find these shrines. And I've had games where I found 1 shrine, and it was positioned as such where I could only place 1 building next to it. So it wasn't even worth it to get the University at all. Mine is kind of similar to the University, except instead of looking for occult shrines, it looks for iron veins. When you place mines next to iron veins, then they will increase your tower's maximum health, which some things care about, and has a chance to repair your tower every round. So, if your tower gets a little bit damaged, if you have a bunch of mines, then you'll recover some tower damage. Great. Sorcery 1. Regenerate 1% of your maximum mana per second. So, getting this would give me 2 mana per second, because my maximum mana is 200. But, taking this card unlocks another card that will regenerate another 2% of my maximum mana. So then I'm regenerating 9 mana a second. And stuff like that. The Lookout spots enemies and magnifies the damage they take. So they can only target 1 enemy at a time. But that enemy will take way more damage. So that's cool. The Particle Cannon is a fun one. Uses mana to obliterate enemies at long ranges. This is your sniper tower. So every time it fires, it takes up a lot of mana, but it deals a lot of damage to whatever it's firing at, and they have a gigantic range. But the radar tower has an even bigger range. And I'm gonna take the radar tower because I think it's a fun one. Call in airstrikes from afar. So, we're gonna leave these trees here. Maybe I'll get an even higher position in this next tile. I didn't, so I'm gonna chop this tree down, and I'm gonna place this radar right here. There it is. So every radar summons one of these little planes. And the planes will do strafing runs on enemies. They will just fire at enemies with, like, machine guns. And they're pretty fun to work with. Oh, and the obelisk right away. Don't mind if I do. So, it's kind of like Bloons, except you do not control it directly. Or I guess there were the planes in Blue. There was the helicopter, and then there were the planes, right? It's been a while since I played Bloons TD6. But yeah, no, these do not have like a set pattern that they follow. And I'll talk more about why in a moment, because we have this UI that we cannot put away until we make a decision. Which, this game has some UI issues. Okay, so, increase maximum burn per second by 26 to 50. So each status effect, like each damage over time effect, has a cap to how much of the built-up damage over time effect will actually tick down. So, like, the baseline is an enemy that's on fire will take 24 fire damage per second. So, in order to make fire damage better, you don't need to generate more fire damage. You need to be able to use more of the fire damage that you are putting on an enemy. Which is weird. The haunted house communicate with and tax the dead from nearby graves. So the money that you get out of the haunted house scales with how much health your tower has. So it synergizes really well with the mines, but in order to use it, you need gravestones. And you might just not get any gravestones. So it's a risky investment unless you already have revealed that you know that you're going to have a bunch of gravestones to use. The Shredder launches saw blades to rip and tear until it is done. So it'll fire... It's a very slow firing tower, and it will fire a saw blade, and it'll hit an enemy, and then the saw blade will, like, follow along the path, and if there's branching paths, it chooses randomly until it hits a certain number of enemies. Really good health damage. And we'll talk more about damage types in a moment here. The Golden Forest. Trees now have a chance to drop upgrade cards when chopped. So if you have a bunch of trees, like you know you have a bunch of trees, then Golden Forest can be pretty good, because you can just, like, you can just repay... You can get your upgrade card back by, like... I got the Golden Forest card, chopped down a bunch of trees, got a couple of upgrade cards, so I paid one upgrade card and got, like, 2 or 3 back. Over the course of a run. Not a bad investment. The cannon. Punch holes in enemies with cannonballs. So the cannon fires a projectile in a straight line. Generally, you do not have... like, enough, like, completely straight thoroughfares, or enough control over where your cannon is firing for this to be, like, super effective, but you can end up in situations where it's good. So, like, you could place the cannon back here, and when something gets close to the tower, it'll fire, like, straight down this alley. But because you do not choose how... your tiles, like what shape your tiles will make, it's a risky choice. So it could be like, alright, I'll get the cannon for here, and then I place the cannon here, and it's like, okay, that's fine. But then I take another tile over here, and this tile makes a right turn. And then it makes a left turn, and then it makes a right turn, and I just, like, I end up with this map that's just, like, a huge zigzag, and suddenly my cannons are terrible. Will it hit the hill? No. So, we'll talk about height mechanics in a moment here, but The obelisk is one of my favorites. Uses mana to melt nearby enemies. So we'll show off exactly what that means in a moment. But, so, I got a ballista tower. And I can place a ballista tower right over here, and great. So, it's got 5 range, 20 RPM, which is rate per minute, or just attacks per minute. I don't know why it's RPM, but sure. That's all well and good. But then, if I place it a little bit higher up on this slightly elevated terrain, its range increases. So it now covers an area of 5.5 rounds per minute. Yeah, but it's ballista, whatever. So, generally speaking, you want to place towers on elevated surfaces because it's all upside. It just increases their range. So, rolls per minute. So it's good to place towers on elevated surfaces. So the radar normally has a range of 30, but now, because I placed it on this hill, it has a range of 31. So the radar covers a pretty big area. So the plane will just wander around this big ol' circle until there are enemies to target, and then it will like gradually make its way over to those enemies and do strafing runs on them. So that's pretty neat. So let's expand. Nice. I'll put this obelisk right here. It fires a fucking laser! Ooh, and the Frost Keep? Alright, alright. So the obelisk just fires a huge laser at enemies, and the laser is really good. The downside is that it costs a lot of mana. So, it can be hard to sustain your obelisk firing consistently. So we'll try and deal with that. So now we've got some upgrades for the obelisk. So all obelisks deal more damage to shields. All obelisks deal more damage to armor. And that description is not entirely accurate, and let me show you why. Is there a good way to, like, fit in... Okay, here we go. So, the obelisk tower. So, the tower is level 1, and we'll talk about leveling the towers up in a moment. But 360 rounds per minute, mana use 2 per shot, which is pretty expensive. It's got a pretty good range. You can set various target priorities. So, near death, most health, most armor, most shield, least of all of those. You can target the fastest, the slowest. You can target whatever enemies are marked. So if you have the lookout tower, you can set the nearby towers to only fire at the things that the lookout tower is marking. The basic functionality is you fire at the thing that is furthest along the pathway. So that's a pretty safe default. So, the tower has a base damage of 11. And then it has multipliers for each different kind of health that enemies will have. Certain enemies will only have regular health. Certain enemies will have a little bit of armor and then a bunch of regular health. Some enemies will have, like, almost entirely armor and then a little bit of health. And some enemies will have... It'll be the same for shield. Sometimes, like, really late enemies will have armor and shields. And stuff like that. And the damage is dealt so that you have to get rid of the shield, and then you have to get rid of the armor, then you have to get rid of the health. So the obelisk starts off, like, really good against armor, not great against shields. But over here, we've got these upgrades. So you can increase the damage it deals to health, armor, or shields. So this way, you can you upgrade the damage. You increase the amount of damage that they deal. And that's great. And there's a little meter underneath that. It can be kind of hard to see on stream, but as a tower targets individual enemies, the longer it is targeting enemies, the more experience, I guess, the more progress towards one of these upgrades it will get.
Ash_Graytree gifted a tier 1 sub to an_asp. They have given 48 gift subs in the channel.
Thank you, text-to-speech, and thank you very much, Ash, for the gift sub. So, the more a tower targets enemies with certain kinds of health, the better, like, they will gradually build up until they just get a level in that upgrade. So that way, like, if this tower just targets enemies with shields a lot, then eventually it'll get a level in shield damage and increase the damage it deals to shields. Great. Now there's a problem with this. The problem being, you see that upgrading these towers costs money. And if you were paying attention, you would have seen that that first upgrade cost like 30 gold, and now it costs 60. When a tower levels up on its own, the cost to upgrade the tower will still go up. So you could end up in a situation where a tower is just targeting a lot of enemies with armor, and then, oh, I need to upgrade its shield damage because there's a bunch of shield enemies coming up, but now that costs more money. They're not independent? No. So when a tower increases its damage multiplier to any of these categories, it increases its level, and its level determines how much upgrades cost. So that's annoying. But you know, we can get around that, because hey, like, we have ways of increasing tower damage to certain types by these upgrade cards. Like that's cool, that's good, that's useful. Let's get Anti-Magic Ray. All obelisks deal +1 damage to shields. So currently it does 12 base damage, and then it's got 7 health multiplier, 11 armor multiplier, 3 shield multiplier. Let's take this card that makes all obelisks deal +1 damage to shields. My base damage is 12. My shield multiplier has gone up by 1. It makes sense, but the wording used on the card is not great. Because the card could just tell you it increases the damage multiplier by 1. Because that's what it's doing. That's how it works. But that's not what it says. Because for some things, base damage matters a lot more than the damage multiplier. Because sometimes you'll have a tower that has, like, a really low base damage. So +1 base damage doesn't matter as much, or +1 base damage does more than a tower that has, like, a really high base damage. So yeah, there are some issues with communication. There are some issues with, like, hey, my tower upgraded on its own, why does it cost more to upgrade it anyways? Alright, so, you know, we're generating 3 mana a second. and this thing is, like, eating up so much mana that I am not able to sustain dealing damage. Also, you may have noticed that the plane was there, and it tried to shoot at an enemy, but it missed? The planes are fun, but the planes can just not hit enemies sometimes, which is not great. Alright, so we have some options now. So we can get the Haunted House, sure. We can increase the rate at which poison damage deals damage. We can increase the plane's damage multiplier to shields. We can increase ballista damage to shields. And we've got these two mana generating cards. So regenerate 1% of your max mana, or you can unlock the mana siphons, which allow you to build the buildings that will let you drain the mana out of these crystals so that you can generate mana. Great. What if I didn't get either of these mana cards? Because I got the Obelisk pretty early on, but as you can see, the Obelisk does not generate, the Obelisk uses way too much mana to sustain. So you could end up in a situation where it's like, oh, I got the Obelisk as like one of my first towers, and then I just didn't get any cards that allow me to generate more mana for like 6 rounds, and then I lost because I couldn't sustain my main damage dealing tower. We'll get the mana siphons. Oh, so here is one of the most frustrating things in this game. So, flat green, right? Flat green texture. See? Flat green, flat green, flat green. Place a tower. +1 elevation. +0 elevation, +0 elevation, +1 elevation. Now, I have placed this mana siphon. The mana siphon is currently gathering 1 mana a second, because it has been placed next to a mana crystal. Place a mana siphon next to the crystal in order to gather mana from it. I'm going to place this mana siphon next to the mana crystal at +1 elevation level. Fucking... I'm going to do that. Here, you just do that. Yeah, plane! Nice. So the plane does a lot of damage. It's just that because it has to, like, do, like, all of this strafing around to actually hit things, it can be kind of slow to actually hit things. When it hits things, it's great. So that's why I like it. They've got huge range, they do pretty good damage. Yeah, they become much better once you have a lot of map for them to navigate. Yeah, all radars gain +15 range. It has 31 and already covers such a gigantic area. So that one's pretty good. Still no occult shrines, so that might not do anything for us. Woo! Yay! So we've got increase bleed damage. Use mana to electrify nearby enemies. So this thing is really good against enemies with shields. But it's not very mana efficient, and it fires so slow that usually a lot of enemies with shields will just pass through it before their shields get all the way drained, which is weird. The Monument uses mana to haunt enemies with spiritual swords. So what this does is it will target an enemy, and it will summon a sword that just stabs the enemy over and over and over until it dies. It's kind of effective, but it uses a lot of mana to fire those swords, and it fires those swords very slowly. So if an enemy walks into its range, and it will just target the first thing that shows up, because it's like, hey, I'm ready to fire, something finally showed up, I'm gonna target that thing. Yay! So the tower targets that enemy, and then it goes on a very long cooldown. And then immediately after that first enemy walks into its range, a very tough enemy walks into its range, and is no longer going to be targeted by the monument. Because you can't set up, like, thresholds. It's just... Hold up. Yay! You can't set up, like, if an enemy has X amount of health. If an enemy has, like certain tiers of enemies. No, just whichever enemy enters, like, is within your range and has the most health. So, certain tower designs don't work perfectly with the, with a lot of towers generally having very slow attacks. So the monument suffers from that. It can be alright, but... we could give our obelisks poison damage. So all obelisks deal 25% poison damage, which is to say, it will add 25% of its damage to an enemy as poison damage. So that can be pretty good. Like, this kind of effect is generally quite good. Because poison will deal damage over time, but it will also, like, certain effects will, like, enemies that are poisoned take more shield damage. Enemies that are poisoned are slowed by a percentage of their poison, and stuff like that. So, powerful ability. We could give our radars huge range. We don't really need that right now, so hopefully it'll show up again later. Let's just make our lasers better. Okay, back to what I was saying before. So, Mana Siphon, placed next to the Mana Crystal, currently gathering 1 mana a second. I place a Mana Siphon next to the Mana Crystal at +1 elevation. Place this next to a Mana Crystal to gather mana. If there is any height difference between the gathering building and the resource node, it does nothing. So sometimes you'll end up with, like, a bunch of mana crystals scattered all over a tile that looks like this, where just everything is at slightly differing elevations. So it's like, oh, I've got a mana crystal here. I can place 1 mana siphon here to gather from it, and nothing else can gather from it. Oh, I've got a mana crystal here. Nothing can gather from it, and it blocks off a +2 elevation tile. It's weird to see that this game doesn't have one huge problem and it's a bunch of little problems. So there is one huge problem, but we'll get to that gradually. So, let's build another mana siphon. Ooh, we got a split! So, you can choose which direction you want to expand your tiles. Again, you just click expand. You have absolutely no control over the direction of the tile, you have no control over the shape of the tile, it's just, you click it, and it's like, what tile am I gonna get? Oh, wait. We were able to see some poison. There it is. Wow. Great. Obelisks deal increased damage to shields. Shredder Tower. I love how one of my 6 card selections has been useless on most of these card selection options because it keeps trying to give me the university. And there are no occult shrines, and there will probably not be any occult shrines for a while. Now, no, Sound Life. I love this song, but it has lyrics, and I'm currently talking a lot. Okay. So, you see that as I'm playing this game, like, you know, I'll place a tile, I'll do a wave of tower defense, and then I get a card selection. Getting a card selection every single wave is a meta progression upgrade. It used to be I would get a new card every 3 waves, and then I had to unlock a bunch of unlocks in order to get one every 2 waves, and then I had to unlock a bunch more unlocks in order to get a card every wave. There is no good reason for this game to not give you a card every wave. It really feels balanced around doing that. Also, you can see I have 6 cards to select from. When you first start the game, you can select from 3. And being able to select from more of these cards are meta progression upgrades. And a lot of meta progression upgrades require you to unlock X number of other meta progression upgrades in order to have the privilege of spending the experience to unlock them. So that's not great. Let's just keep making my obelisks better. I like the lasers. Let's make some more mana siphons. Ooh! My radar leveled up a little bit. So here, also, the UI for towers scales based off of, like, they are entities in the world, so if you zoom out too far, then the UI for the towers doesn't get any bigger. Which is ridiculous. Let's make it so obelisks deal more damage to armor. I love meta progression. Here's the thing, like, I'm making these complaints about the meta progression system. But you gotta understand, I love meta progression systems. I fucking love, like, Vampire Survivors and Halls of Torment, like how those games will let you just gradually make your dudes stronger over the course of a bunch of runs. I love systems like that for run-based games. I feel like they are generally pretty good at giving you distinct goals to work towards that don't at all, usually, rely on, like, finding a certain thing on a run, which is RNG based, of just like, hey, find this character, and that character might just not show up in a level, because the level just chose not, like, oh, the tile that character shows up on just didn't generate this time. Bad luck, play again. I feel like they're used too often and make me feel bad when they're used poorly. Yeah, so that is the problem with meta progression systems, is that as a baseline, I love them. But man, bad meta progression systems are real bad. We've got some more trees spawning. I don't really need more damaged shields or more poison damage. Let's get that, the card that might let me get upgrades from trees. So, if I go over here, chopping this tree will give me 64 gold and an 8% chance to drop cards. But there's another card that increases that percentage chance for them to drop cards by double. So I'm just gonna hold on. I'm just gonna wait until I get that, which isn't exciting, but it's correct. Don't like feeling like you're missing out on part of the game because you have played 20 hours to unlock stuff. Yeah, so some things... One of the biggest problems with a lot of meta progression design is that they will make something that is integral to the gameplay experience locked behind a meta progression. As opposed to, like, oh hey, you can unlock a new character if you get a bunch of these upgrades. That works, because then, like, your character that you are playing is still functional, right? You can still enjoy the game to its fullest while playing as that one character. But playing as this other character will give you access to new ways to play the game. So gradually unlocking the new ways to play the game makes sense in the sense that, like, you don't want to immediately overwhelm a new player of just like, hey, this is the intended experience, this is the baseline. Like, this character is good for beginners, so we have given you this character, so play a little bit with this character and then unlock a new character that plays differently. Once you have a fundamental understanding, this new character will, like, mess with that and be a new and refreshing experience. That's great. But sometimes it's like, hey, why do I have to wait 3 waves to unlock a new tower or an upgrade to one of my towers? It, like, this seems like the kind of shit that you want to be putting in front of the player as often as possible, to be like, hey, here are ways to, like, here are decisions to make. Here's a new thing that you can choose from. Here's a new upgrade. Here's a thing that will, like, shake up your experience. Here's new fun stuff to do in this run. Like, having it be randomized, that's great. That's fine. Like, I totally understand that. Like, oh, I just want to pick Obelisk and all of the Obelisk upgrades every time. I understand that, but then you run into the issue of, hey, I don't want these upgrades. We'll talk more about the meta progression upgrades after I finish this run, but obelisks deal burn damage. Great. And we're starting to get to the point where one of the other issues with this game, it's starting to become a little more relevant. Because it's starting to take a moment for all of these little dudes to get all the way to my one very expensive tower. Like, I can't even afford to put an obelisk further over here if I wanted to. That shit costs, like, double the amount of money that I've got right now. So I just need to wait for all these little guys to get to my one obelisk. Ooh, Golden Forest 2! Alright, let's expand even further. So, up here in the top right corner, we've got some hotkeys for controls. So, P or escape, pause the game. You can press H to hide the UI, C to recenter the camera, presumably on the tower. Yep. T shows tower damage and tower stats, so it's like, here's your income, here is, like, how much damage your different towers are doing, all that stuff. Here are the effects on your towers. A little hard to read, that text is too small, but fine. You can change the UI scale. That's fine. That's not really a big problem. And we've got hold shift to smooth cam and fast tower placement. So fast tower placement is just being able to, like, I select ballista and then place, like, 4 ballistas, bop, 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 instead of having to play, like, ballista, place, ballista, place, ballista, place. And smooth cam doesn't do anything if you're using mouse controls. That's for the keyboard controls. Sure. There's no fast forward button. And that's a problem. Banditry. They drop additional gold, but they also... Enemies drop additional gold, but they deal additional damage to the tower. So let's place an obelisk over here and expand even further. All right. We got a couple of guys coming up on my obelisk. Zippity zappity. All right, we got a little cart full of fellas coming up. All right, great. Oh. All right. All right, all enemies in the wave have been killed. Except for this guy. He's oh, he's in the plane's range. Oh shit. Oh, well, plane has to go. Okay. All right, there we go. Ooh, obelisks gain additional range. Wonderful. Now let's expand even further. Oh yeah, also this game has, like, shitty built-in Unity Doppler effect. So the music gets the audio gets all wobbly when you move the camera. I need to place down more of these mana siphons. Oh yeah, also... place this. Hey, Obelisk, how much mana do you cost? 3 use a shot? How much do you cost? 3 use a shot? Hey, what if I upgrade you a little bit? 4 use a shot? Well, golly gee, I was already having issues with sustaining my mana generation, but now, if the towers just upgrade themselves of their own volition too many times, then I especially can't afford to have multiple obelisks firing at the same time. Obelisks deal damage to health. So, I just got a card that makes obelisks deal additional health damage. And that's really important, because there are certain upgrades for towers that are locked behind other upgrade cards. So, the upgrade that makes towers get additional range, I was not able to even get those as an option until I take the card that makes them deal additional damage to shields. The one that adds poison damage to them, you need to have the shield upgrade first. I don't think that's a terrible system, but it feels weird. But it feels like a system that you kind of have to have in place with how... Oh yeah, so now we get to wait for this little funny guy to show up. It feels like a system that you need to have in place for this game, because you can unlock a bunch of different things. You can unlock a bunch of, like, there's a bunch of these, like, the buildings, like the mana siphons and the haunted house and stuff like that. Like, you can unlock more of those. So you can have a bunch of options. And you've got these, like, increase maximum burn per second, increase maximum poison a second. And then we've got all obelisks deal poison damage, all obelisks deal damage to armor. So it's like an upgrade tree, kind of like, alright, I pick the obelisk tower. Then I will start getting 3 different options for the obelisk tower. I get health damage, armor damage, or shield damage. And then, if I take health damage, then I can get more health damage, or I can get 2 other upgrades that branch off of the health damage. And the same is true for armor, the same is true for shields. Now, if I were to upgrade if I were to have like 4 or 5 different towers unlocked, each of those towers would add health, armor, and shield damage to my upgrade pool. And if I take any of those, then those will, like, the level 2 of that upgrade will remain, and then 2 more upgrades are added to my upgrade pool. And that is in addition to all of the upgrades available for all of the other towers that I have unlocked, all of the towers that I don't have unlocked, all of the buildings that I haven't had unlocked yet. Reminded a bit of Nova Drift. I haven't played that one. That one makes your upgrade tree pretty visible and has a mechanic to banish upgrades. Yeah, this game desperately needs the ability to get rid of certain upgrades, because, like, depending on what kind of, like, tower loadout I'm planning on having, the poison sprayer is just like a wasted card slot. And the way the Vampire Survivors does it was, like, you did not get the option to do that until pretty late, but you would unlock rerolls pretty early on. This game, no rerolls, no turning off upgrades, no, like, oh, I'll spend an upgrade this turn to make sure that I never see the poison sprayer again because I'm not going to use it on this run. Nothing like that. Sure, give me... Well... Actually, let's get the mana bank. So the mana bank will increase your maximum mana, and it will generate a little bit of mana itself. But they cost 500 gold. But because they store mana, they increase your maximum mana, they synergize really well with the upgrade that restores a percentage of your maximum mana every second. Vampire Survivors makes you take rerolls at gunpoint. The first level of rerolls and the first level of banishment are so cheap. Yeah. And they're right to do so. Oh shit, we got a boss monster! Now look at these gigantic, like, ooh, look at all of this fire damage and poison damage that I'm dealing to this enemy. But because I am not taking the upgrades that allow me to actually use that fire and poison damage, like, that could have been 2 billion fire and 2 billion poison, and it would have been dealing the exact same damage per second, regardless. Kind of a weird system. Obelisks gain range. Great. Woo! It covers a huge area. Let's put an obelisk over here. So now I've got this guy covering that area, this guy covering that area. Great. Oh, hey! It's the thing that I was talking about earlier, where it's like, wow, I cannot place a single... Like, I cannot place a mana siphon anywhere that will allow me to use this mana crystal, so it is just using, like, a tier 2 or 3 height space for literally nothing. Give me more money. Because if enemies start getting to my tower, then I'm pretty screwed anyway. Oh, also, placing a... Okay, here we go. Mana Siphon, right next to 2 mana crystals. What's it gonna do? It's gathering 1 mana a second. So this cube, you can only gather from this cube with 1 Mana Siphon. And then this cube, you can only gather with 1 Mana Siphon. Alright, let's keep expanding! I'm generating 19 mana a second, and my mana is just getting supremely drained. Oh no, a guy got to my tower! Guess I need to upgrade my shield damage, because enemies with shields have started showing up. Okay, so I've got, you know, I've got these obelisks set up, and that's great. But, well, it's gonna take this guy a while to get to an obelisk. But we're starting to run into some issues with layout. So because this tile had a branching path, I can build no further back than this. Like, I need to have at least some towers behind this point. And hey! It's like I planned it. If I have the lookout tower, can only cover a certain area around it. So if I wanted to optimize, like, the number of towers, because it costs more for each tower that you get of a certain type. So I've got 3 obelisks now, so each obelisk costs 1750 instead of just 1,000. So if I want to have, like... If I want to maximize the efficiency of just having a couple of towers of a certain type, then I want to just build all in the same place, right? I want to place a lookout tower right here, and I want to have, like, 3 obelisks that just absolutely fucking annihilate anything that comes within this range. And maybe I'll get the ice tower that slows enemies down. And let's kind of demonstrate that a little bit here. Alright. So now I have these 3 towers. I have these 3 towers set up in this one spot. So this is making the most out of, like, the towers that I have, because, like, all 3 of my obelisks are now gaining the benefit of having the lookout mark a single enemy. So, like, as soon as a single enemy shows up, it gets this little targeting reticle, and then that enemy takes a truckload of damage. But now, I gotta wait for this funny little guy to trundle all the way over here. Obelisks deal bleed damage. Great, love it. Alright, let's expand. So now we've got these two funny little guys. Wow, look at how slow they're going. Look at how far they have to travel to get to where they will die. And so I can spread out a little bit. Like I can take my radars and I could put my radars a little further over here so that way. Oh, now we got two planes, and these planes are going around. This is why most tower defense games are one screen. Yeah. Yeah. How's the funny little guys doing? Aww. Almost halfway there. You can do it! I believe in you! And just anything that enters this vague circle gets absolutely annihilated. But, How about we set you to only target the slowest enemies? Seems like an easy fix with a fast forward button. Yeah! Yeah, a fast forward button would make this game so much less annoying. I gotta wait for my plane to... Oh, gotta turn all the way around. Alright, goodbye. We left behind 3 guys. And they finally got to the lasers. Let's get a sniper tower. Let's show that off a little bit once I can afford it. All right. This game is in desperate need of like ×6 speed at least. It's not that bad, but it's pretty bad. Like at least double. At least let me make this guy go twice as fast. And there's another mode. You know what? I think I have demonstrated this issue decently enough, because, like, the fact that it turned around and is looping back on itself, it could have just not done that. It could have just, like, turned left here and just kept fucking going. I had a map like that once, where, like, I had to zoom out, like, this far to see most of it. Starting next wave early, the difficulty scaling in this game is really weird. Alright. Particle cannon online. Blow. So that did like 600 damage? My planes are dealing around 600 and don't need mana. And cover a much, like, I think they cover a larger range? Yeah. So this thing... Oh yeah, also the fire rate on the planes is just extremely misleading. It's like, ooh, 700 RPM! Yeah, that's because it has a machine gun. The machine gun only hits once, and it is not at all, like, representative of how often your planes will actually attack things. Okay, yeah, that's that. So those are some those are the basics of why I think this game is very frustrating, but I need to show you. I need to show you the upgrade tree. So, we've got 2 different cards. Permanent Upgrade gives you permanent bonuses, which you benefit from at the start of each game. And then you have the yellow cards. Yellow upgrades can be drawn randomly during each game. Alright. So, card draw 1. Draw an additional card when you draw upgrade cards. Draw frequency 1. Draw upgrade cards every 2 rounds. And then you get this one, draw upgrade cards every round. In order to get this one, you needed to have bought like 50 other upgrades. And then all enemies drop 1 additional gold when they die. 1 additional gold, 1 additional gold, 1 additional gold. Begin the game with 100 additional gold. Yep, alright, great. Generate 1 mana a second at the tower. When you start the game, you do not generate mana, like, passively. So if you start the game, and you pick a tower that uses mana, and you place that tower, it does nothing until you pick one of the cards that gives you something that allows you to generate mana. For example, the Tesla Coil. You start with the Tesla Coil unlocked. The Tesla Coil is one of the first buildings that you start with unlocked. If you take the Tesla Coil as your first tower, and you place it, it does nothing. So then, you take the Tesla Coil tower, and because you're only drawing 3 upgrade cards per round, every 3 waves, you could end up in a situation where that Tesla Coil will never do anything. And it only reaches a fundamental level of functionality once you have some of the meta progression upgrades. Oh yeah, also, the mana bank. So you start with the mana siphon unlocked. You don't start with a mana siphon available, because that's ridiculous. You do not start with the mana bank unlocked. And you could start a game wherein you have like 3 mana crystals available, and 2 of them will have like a house blocking one of their tiles or something. So you could end up where in a game where mana siphons are just not good. You could end up. I had a game where I at wave like 10, I had 3 mana crystals available. So if I did not have any way of generating mana other than mana siphons, I would have been fucked. So increase your mana capacity, great. There's between a 0% to 33% chance your tower repairs 1 damage. Chance is based off of how much damage your tower has taken. Increase U tower's repair chance between 0 and 100% based on tower health. So these 3 upgrades, unlocking all 3 of these upgrades, makes it so that if you are at 1 health remaining for your tower, then you will have maybe a 100% chance to repair 1 point of life. You get all of these fortification upgrades, which increase your tower's hit points by 1 each. But then, your card pool is also fucking infested by an upgrade card, like one of the yellow cards, that will increase your tower's hit points by 3. And it has, like, several levels, so you can't just take it once and get it out of the way. It will keep showing up. Mana Siphon, Mine, Mana Bank, Haunted House, University. The only one you start with unlocked is the Mana Siphon, so any Iron Veins on your maps are just, like, blocking your available tiles for placing towers. Gravestones graveyard tiles are usually like so extremely packed with gravestones, and if you don't have the haunted house unlocked in the first place, or you have not gotten the haunted house card, then you just basically like those tiles are just like, fuck you. There are like 3 tiles for you to place a tower on. And then, like I said with the university, the problem is, like, I think there's an achievement for reaching a certain point in a game with 0 occult shrines available. You get an achievement for that. You have to pay meta progression resources to unlock the university. Then you have to pay a wave-based, like, you have to pay, like, maybe one of your 3 cards after 3 rounds. You have to pay a card to unlock the university. And then you have to be lucky and find one of these occult shrines, which has a very distinct chance of just not... They might just not show up. They might never show up. The damage over time upgrade tree is excessive because you have to unlock all of these cards when it feels like some of them should be pretty fundamental upgrades, but I mean, you have to unlock things that deal that will apply some of these damage over time effects in the first place, so I guess. But the fact that it's like, I've got towers that are dealing like 500 damage a shot, and I have to spend meta progression upgrade, and then spend a card pick on, like, over doubling the amount of damage that any amount of fire damage does, from 24 to 50. And that's damage a second. That's not like damage a tick. That is damage per second. Once a second, like 1 hippopotamus, 2 hippopotamus, you are dealing 24 damage a second. It is pitiful. And then, some of the upgrades that you unlock from picking this card. So it's like, you don't get any of these other cards until you pick this one card. So it's like, you take the card that makes your fire damage exist. And then, Slow Cooker. Burning enemies burn faster based off of how much slow they have. This scales based on the amount of burn damage the enemy takes every second proportionally to their current amount of slow. 1. Without showing me the numbers for that, absolutely incomprehensible. 2. There are 2 things in this game that slow enemies. 2. You want to know what they are? There's Creepy Cough. Poisoning enemies also slows them by 5% of poison gained. So that's actually one thing that does give you some benefit for stacking a lot of poison on an enemy. But also, what do you mean by 5% of poison gained? I am applying 5,000 poison to an enemy. How much is 5% of 5,000? How much is 1,000 slow affecting an enemy? And not only that, how much is 1,000 slow affecting an enemy? Like, does that make them reach the slow cap? Because there is a cap to how much you can slow an enemy, which is also not described anywhere. Oh yeah, so Lana pointed out, crits deal 10% of the target's current burn as extra burn damage. There's a 0% chance that taking that will, like, unless you have every single way of increasing the amount of burn damage, like, increasing the burn damage cap per second, there's a 0% chance that this will do anything. So yeah, and oh yeah, the critical hits deal 10% of a thing as extra damage. There's one of those for each damage over time effect. So fuck you also. Trail of Blood, bleeding enemies take an additional 1 health damage from all attacks. That's good. Like, that line of upgrades is pretty handy, because the most of the game works off of, like, damage multipliers and stuff, like 1 additional damage. Actually, no, it probably just adds 1 to the multiplier, so it's probably not actually that good. Whatever. Eviscerate is alright. Attacks against bleeding enemies gain 5% crit chance. Sure, that's fine. The banditry upgrades are meta progression unlocks. And that's fine. Like, these are fine, but the fact that, like, you can access Banditry 1 right away, but then you need to unlock X number of other cards before you can unlock Banditry 2 and Banditry 3, like, the fact that there are so many upgrades that are locked behind, like, get X number of other upgrade cards before you can touch this, is especially awful, because, like, all of this stuff is the more reasonable, like, this is the reasonable part of the meta progression tree. It's just any kind of cards you need as requirements. Yeah. So, if you want to unlock card draw 2, it does not matter what other cards you unlock, you just need to unlock any other cards until you can unlock card draw 2. And there's a bunch of, like, a lot of the cards on this side of the screen are unlocked that way. So, eventually, you're going to be forced to go over here to the rest of the upgrade tree. And you want to know what all of this is? All of these cards are just upgrading you unlock this tower, and then you unlock the upgrade tree for that tower. Deck pollution. Oh my god. Yes. Okay, so you start with the ballista unlocked. You start with the mortar unlocked. I think you start with the Tesla coil unlocked as well. And I think you just start with those 3. The mortar sucks. Lobs an explosive shell over great distances. Slow firing, but great against armor, weak against shields. The mortar shots travel so slowly that they will often arrive after the thing has already been killed by something else, or if an entity's speed changes for any reason, which they can because certain enemies can grant nearby enemies a haste buff. If that entity's speed changes for any reason, the mortar shot will not hit. They have to travel to the moon and back to explode. Yeah, it is so slow. You cannot turn the mortar off. There is no way to remove the mortar from your potential tower picks. You have to have the mortar in your deck. You have to have the Tesla coil in your deck. And the Tesla coil, it's designed specifically to deal with shields. Because, like, your base tower loadout is, like, the ballista is generally pretty good against health. The mortar is pretty good against armor. The Tesla coil is pretty good against shields, yeah. So you generally want towers that can deal with each of the different kind of damage type or health types. Because and like the game teaches you this in a major way the first time that shield enemies show up. Shield enemies have so much fucking shields. So, unless you have been upgrading your ballistas specifically to deal more damage to shields, then, sucks to suck, buddy. Guess you lose. But also, so you can see... Alright, so here's the upgrade tree for the ballista. So, we've got ballistas deal an additional 1 damage to health. And then, once you have taken this card, you can potentially get one of these two. So they deal an additional 2 damage to health. It's worded exactly the same as Broadhead Bolts 1, so it probably just only increases your damage multiplier by 1, even though it says, like, you are taking the card that says all ballistas deal an additional 2 damage to health. It's probably only actually an upgrade that deals 1. That increases your damage by 1. And then, so you can take level 2, or you can take Jagged Heads 1. All ballistas deal an additional 25% bleed damage. Bleed damage deals damage over time, which is particularly effective against health. Bleeding enemies also take additional damage to health. Great. So bleed works in a fairly straightforward manner. The downside being is that because the damage over time cap is so low, you start with these upgrades available, but, like, taking Jagged Heads 2, there's such a slim chance that that will actually do anything until you unlock the cards that make your bleed actually deal damage. So, already we have, like, alright, sure, deal additional damage to health, and then deal additional 2 damage to health, but actually what it means is that they deal an additional 1 damage to health, because it's whatever. And then you get this upgrade, which is alright, and then this upgrade, which probably does nothing. But then I forgot that other things can get slow other than that one poison card, because it rarely ever shows up, because upgrading your ballistas once you have other towers unlocked usually works poorly. The ballistas are pretty bad, because their cost scales in such a way that you can't just have a massive number of them. Like, you can't just have 100 ballistas. The cost scaling will still get to the point where you just are spending all of your money on one new ballista. And even then, they fire so slow and do not do enough damage to warrant trying to go all in on ballistas. Like, in comparison to some of these other towers, yeah, you can go all in on ballistas. It's generally not going to work out amazingly. Anyways, so you start with this whole upgrade tree unlocked, except for this part, which just is a permanent damage upgrade that you can only select after all of the cards in that line of the upgrade tree have been taken. So you can take this one right away. And it's like, sure, why not? They're pretty expensive, is why not, I guess, but like, sure. You got all of the upgrades in that one tree, so now you make them just generically better against that all the time. Sure. All ballistas slow enemies for 5% of the damage they deal. Again, what does that mean? Like, how does the number of damage that I am dealing to them, like, how does 5% of that translate into an amount of how much slower they are? Slow enemies for an additional 5%, and then have a chance to freeze enemies. A 3% chance to freeze enemies is so fucking low because, again, ballista towers fire very slowly. So, once you have gotten all through, like, alright, so you start with all of these upgrades available. Or you start with all of these upgrades unlocked. And then, you can unlock all of these upgrades. So, additional armor damage makes them deal fire damage, which is just the armor damage over time. This one is actually a pretty cool ability. Doubles the range bonus elevation gives all ballistas. Like, that's pretty cool, so you're rewarded for engaging with the, like, the placement mechanics and stuff like that. Great! the ballistas obviously had, like, a lot of thought put into how they function in comparison to some of the other towers that we're going to look at. Enchanted bolts deal extra damage to shields. Poison is the shield damage over time, so you get the thing that lets them deal poison. All ballistas gain +4 base damage, but now consume a small amount of mana. So it's like, well, now, like, you can take this upgrade tree if you have a way to generate mana, so that way you can make your ballistas better in that way. Cool. Broadly speaking, aside from the issue of, like, the second level of the damage over time, upgrades don't do anything until you increase their cap, but broadly speaking, the ballista, pretty well-designed upgrade tree. Let's go take a look at the flamethrower, which you have to unlock. Flamethrower uses mana to engulf enemies with fire, damaging them over time. Great against armor, weak against shields. All flamethrowers deal an additional damage to health. Deal additional damage to health. Deal additional damage to health. All flamethrowers gain 15% crit chance. All towers gain an additional 1 damage to health. And that is present on most towers. Yeah, once you, like, all ballistas gain crit chance, all towers gain 1 additional damage to damage type. Like, that is generic across all towers. So you get 1, 2, 3 damage to health, 15% crit chance, all towers gain additional damage to health. Don't forget that additional damage to health means you are increasing their damage to health multiplier by 1. The planes, the radar dish tower, starts with like 21 multiplier to damage. So they benefit a lot less from upgrades like that. And then, increase maximum burn per second by 100. So, the flamethrower, like, it deals... the flamethrower deals... it will, like, apply burn with its damage. And that's just a thing that's innate with the flamethrower. It's not described how much it does. Again, severely lacking in information. But the fact that, like, if you want to really focus in on fire damage, you have to take the flamethrower, because otherwise you don't get access to the upgrades that increase your burn per second by a massive amount. But also, they don't do anything else interesting. So you just need to have worse flamethrowers for at least 5 waves until you can, potentially, if you're lucky, actually deal burn damage. Yeah, you can't take everything burns until you have taken Napalm 1, Napalm 2, Napalm 3, and Pyrochemistry. And even then, even after you have taken all 4 of these upgrade cards, after already spending a card to unlock using the flamethrower in that run in the first place, even after you unlock all 4 of these cards, you can still just not... Like, this is also just assuming that every round you are getting access specifically to the Napalm tree, and not nitric acid, which has as much of a chance to show up as napalm or white phosphorus. Like, once you unlock these other upgrades, they just have as decent a chance to show up in your upgrade picks as any. So nitric acid, so this is basically the same tree as this one, except it deals additional damage to armor. This is the one that starts unlocked. And then you get to the last 3 upgrades of every different tree for the flamethrower, and they all do the same things of gain plus 15% crit chance, all towers deal plus 1 damage to damage type, and everything burns, increase maximum burn a second by 100. There is nothing interesting happening with the flamethrower tree. Like, the ballista, it's like, alright, so you can just take the main line, just like, deal extra damage, crit chance, all towers get extra damage. Or, like, hey, I'm gonna apply an extra damage over time effect. Hey, I'm going to apply a slow effect. Hey, I'm going to double the range bonus elevation gives me. Flamethrower? No. Your flamethrower does more damage to armor, shields, or health. You have to unlock... Yeah. So, each of these are different upgrade cards. You start, like, when you first unlock the flamethrower, you start with this, and these two unlocked. And that's it. If you unlock this, you do not unlock this. Even though these three are basically the same in each of these trees, and literally named the same thing, like pyrochemistry. This one is called Monster Studies, and it's called Monster Studies in every fucking tower's upgrade tree. Every tower has every tower, when fully unlocked, has 3 upgrades called Monster Studies, and all 3 of those things do basically the same thing, but for each of the 3 damage types. And that is the case with every single fucking tower. So, like, the flamethrower tree, very, like, super bare bones, super basic, doesn't really do anything interesting. But then, you've got these. And then you have these 4 upgrades, which you have to unlock. These do not start unlocked. Fuel Saturation. All flamethrowers deal an additional 50% burn damage. Burn damage deals damage over time, which is effective against armor. Burning enemies take additional damage to armor. All flamethrowers deal an additional 50% burn damage. Extra burn damage, extra burn damage, extra burn damage. All 4 of these upgrades do fucking nothing until you have Everything Burns, which takes 4 upgrades to maybe get, or Kill 'em with Fire, which increases your maximum burn damage per second by 26, which is not enough. And, like, a lot of other towers are also, like, similarly very fucking basic in terms of the upgrades that they unlock. Extra damage to health, extra damage to health, extra damage to health, crit chance, Monster Studies. But with the Tesla Coil, the Tesla Coils can apply bleed damage, burn damage, or poison damage. And then there are the upgrade cards to make them deal more bleed, burn, or poison. And that's fucking it. No range increase, like no area of effect increase, no, like, chance to stun an enemy for a moment. No thing that, like, reduces the amount of mana that Tesla Coils use. Nothing that increases the rate at which the Tesla Coils fire. And it's like, over here, Lookout, it makes sense that the Lookout's upgrades are very basic, but they didn't have to be. You could have done something, just like, look at the fucking Lookout upgrade tree compared to the Ballista upgrade tree. The Ballista upgrade tree has got so much going on. Just so many just didn't get enough attention, really. Some of the tower, like the fucking monument, is the same thing as the lightning tower of just like, oh, it's got the basic upgrades, and then it's like, ooh, deals an additional damage to bleeding enemies, and you get 2 of those. It's like, that's useful. It's not really interesting. The particle cannon, like, damage type, crit chance, damage type, or fucking monster studies, and then they deal bleed damage. They deal burn damage. They deal poison damage. But at least they have upgrades that increase their range. And one of the reasons why I like the Obelisk so much is because the Obelisk has upgrades that feel like they do something. Like, they can be pretty cool. Because under the health tree, you have reduces the mana consumption of obelisks. Like, 60% mana reduction on cost on obelisks is so huge. Like, it totally changes the way that you can use the towers, because now you are spending less resources on mana generating buildings and shit like that, and you can just place more, you can spend more of that money on more obelisks. Focus Fire deals extra damage for every second they target the same enemy. Extra range, like, damn, that's cool stuff. That seems useful. The radar, like, the radar is a cool building, but its upgrade tree is exactly the fucking same as the particle cannon upgrade tree. The cannon also gets some neat ones. Like, every time a cannonball hits an enemy, there's a chance that it splits into 2 cannonballs. Every time a cannonball hits an enemy, it gains base damage. But actually using the cannon is so reliant on just getting good tiles. Like, you have very little control over what can potentially make the cannon really good to use. The encampment fortifies nearby paths with landmines, so they just randomly will place landmines periodically on nearby pathways, as long as a wave is going. They place these mines so fucking slow. Like, I thought encampment is like, oh man, perfect, I'm just gonna place these, like, really close to the tower, so if anything slips through, then they'll just get blown up by the landmines. And I was watching, and I saw that I had a pile of, like, 3 landmines stacked right on top of each other. One tiny enemy with, like, no health walked into them, blew up all 3, and then a big motherfucker walked through and blew up my tower. Like the Shredder, it's just the flamethrower upgrade tree, except for bleeding. The Frost Keep is like one of the best towers, and it has like a pretty it has a pretty good upgrade tree of just like chance to freeze enemies for a second every time they apply their cold effect. Frozen enemies take additional damage. Still not entirely sure if this means like frozen or just affected by cold, because if it's only outright frozen, then that means you need these upgrades in order for these to do anything. I don't know. It's unclear. Frost Keeps gain additional range. Great. And then it's like, the snow applies the damage over time effects, which is super useful to have on a tower like the Frost Keep, because the Frost Keep's the purpose of the Frost Keep is that you slow everything down to keep everything in the range of, like, all of your towers, and to stop them from getting to your tower faster. And it's like, okay, great. But even then, still got problems. Do I have enough? I don't have enough XP to get this last upgrade. let's play a little more. Let's do. Oh wait, no shit. I forgot. I forgot that you don't click and then select start game. I meant to. Mortar only. You can do it. No one can do it. The mortars are so bad. Let's play March of the Monsters, which I think is, like, one of the most interesting things that this game does. And let's start with 2 pathways. Place a ballista here. Expand. Nice. Frost Keep is pretty good, but Frost Keeps use a lot of mana. Sure, let's unlock the Frost Keep. I didn't really get to use it last time, and I like them. And Radar. So, you may have noticed that I got to pick 2 upgrades, but now I have to pick from monsters drop less gold, monsters gain additional health, monsters gain additional armor. So this mode is pretty cool, because I didn't mean for that one to be a radar, I meant for that to be a frost keep. Ooh! Come on, shoot it. Yeah! So, yeah, this mode is pretty cool because every time you pick a card, you get to pick 2 cards, but then you have to pick a downside. This mode is probably the most fun I had with this game, because it lets you make, like, more overpowered setups at the cost of, like, more challenging enemies. Oh yeah, also, if you have anything underneath the cards that you're picking, you'll often just, like, select the thing that's underneath. So that's fun. Yeah. Give me better frost. Monsters deal an additional damage. Sure, they're never getting to my tower. Nothing to worry about. And I'm getting a pretty good map layout here, too. I do love the obelisk. All frost keeps gain poison damage. Cool. I think I'm gonna take extra damage to shields, just to be sure that I unlock the one that increases their range. Increases monsters' maximum haste, so if they get a haste buff from one of their allies, then they can potentially go even faster. All towers gain crit chance equal to their level, but they lose 1 base damage. I'd, like, never take this, because unless you are actively upgrading individual towers a lot, then usually this does not, like, if you don't upgrade towers yourself, usually it's like they don't get far past level 10. Sure, just better snow, better snow. All frost keeps gain crit chance. Give them poison damage. Monsters gain extra shields, sure. Wow, it's really like side by side for this map layout. Mana crystal. So I haven't found any more mana crystals other than the ones I started with, but the ones I started with should be sufficient for right now, so sure, we'll do that. Every killed enemy generates 1% max mana. Maybe. I think I would rather get health damage, because the health damage tree is the one that decreases mana costs. So then I can actually start using the obelisk. Extra armor, sure. Mana siphons. Mortars are dope when they work. They just don't deal they don't deal a substantial enough increase of damage compared to other towers that their inaccuracy is just not worth it. Frost keeps gain range. Love to see it. Golden Forest. I have 4 trees available. Probably not worth it. Sure, we'll increase maximum poison. Decreases monsters' maximum slow by 5%. Alright, so if I place a Frost Keep, like, here... Damn it. If I move this Frost Keep over here... Ooh! Pretty good. You sold me, I'm buying this one. It's on sale right now, it was $10. Like, for as mad as it makes me in so many ways, like, I don't hate it. The bigger problem is that I like it enough that I'm mad that it's not better. It has potential, yeah! It has a lot of potential. But it's just got so many problems with, like, offering the player information, readability, balance, just, like, general design. It's so, like, the basis... I think Asp linked another game that does something similar to this, where it's like run-based, unlocking more towers in a run-based environment kind of thing. So it's like, I don't know. That's one of the modes it has. Also has a regular campaign. Oh, that's cool. Creeping Cough, sure, extra slow. Extra damage to shields. Oh, that's the one that, that's the tree that has the increased range. That should be good. Increases maximum haste, sure. Why did I do that? I can't afford. I was like, I'll delete this and place an obelisk here. I can't afford the obelisk yet. Sorry, I didn't mean it. Hey, it's one of the Hold On Screen songs. But it's not a Hold On Screen! It's so weird. Blast him. Get him. Yeah. Sure. Frostbite. Crit chance. Poison damage. Let's get Frostbite and hope that I get the thing that freezes enemies. I would like to be able to afford an obelisk so I can start lasering. Armor, burn damage. Sure, I'll take burn damage. I don't think I would ever want to phrase it such that it's like, oh, maybe the dev isn't good enough. Because, you know, game devs are hardworking people. I really don't look at things that way. My perspective is more so like, this game, one, needs more time to be put on developing, like, on its design, but two, it needs competitive analysis, I think. I think it needs to look at more, not just tower defense games, but it needs, like, they need to look at more meta progression systems, like the way that different games handle their meta progression. Because, you know, it's not just one-to-one of, like, oh, you just put this, like, you put this mechanic into your game. What game is the mechanic from? It's from Vampire Survivors. And it's like, it's not always just a one-to-one because the games are different, but just being able to examine what about the mechanics add to the game in a positive way, and examining that kind of thing. You need more experience. Yeah, I think that's probably accurate. And, like, when you're working on, especially when you're working on a game like this, that experience can come from just continuing to work on the game. Or, like, especially when working on, like, a relatively cheap game that is designed with the expectations that players are playing it. Like, I'll just hop on and I'll just do a run or two. For that kind of design, you really want to listen to player feedback. Like, player feedback is very much like the name of the game when it comes to making this kind of game better. You'd eat up a tower defense where certain towers can evolve with the right upgrade combinations. Have you played Gemcraft? Gemcraft does that, and Gemcraft is pretty good. Frostborn Wrath is the one that I played, if you want to just specifically play the one that I played and think is good. How huge my cold range is. played some games like that, but they were all Flash games. You can't play easily now. Ah, shame. No, don't draw Monkey Kocha. I don't like monkey characters. That one furry porn artist started drawing nothing but Bloons Tower Defense fan art, and it made me so sad. Balloon Kocha. I don't know if I want to give people that kind of impression. Yeah, I still follow them. They still draw some stuff that I'm down with, but it's just mostly Balloons Tower Defense. I'm not interested in that. I'm just now realizing that I'm now having to contend with waiting for enemies to arrive at my choke point, where in a game where I have specialized and like put most of my upgrades into my towers that slow them down. Oops. Like, it's effective, but it's not fast. Cat streams Bloons Tower Defense 6, but you make a PNG tuber, that's just one of the towers. But I don't want the towers. I don't like them. Hey, obelisks gain range. I have been taking the speed, like, maximum haste increases. I should take more of the move speed increases. I took a couple of upgrades trying to get the Frost Keep upgrade that just freezes them in place entirely. I haven't gotten it yet. What are you? Obelisks deal damage to health? Yes. Biplanes deal damage? Sure. Didn't really care about any of those three. Oh yeah, cool mana crystal. Placed on one of the 2 level 3 elevations in the area. Oh, I got an achievement! Poison enemies take extra shield damage. Great. Extra bleed, sure. How's the Trigun soundtrack so good? Tsuneo Imahori, he's made like 3 or 4 soundtracks, and all of them slap severely. They're all so good. The man just makes good music. Range on that? Let's look, I can go further back. Once I have the mod. Yeah, I mean, you also end up in situations like this, where it's like, I have no actions to take or decisions to make until I earn enough money, so I would just fast forward through this so that I don't have to just sit around and wait to get more money in order to do the thing that I'm waiting to do. God. Okay, cool. All frost keeps gain a 10% chance to freeze enemies. Great. Attacks against bleeding enemies have a chance to crit. Great. On your way with pita in like 10 minutes? Oh boy. And I'll get to do a live pita bread review. Delicious. And then I'll probably, once I'm done with this, I'll probably move on to Halls of Torment, because I have said most of what I have to say about this game. Ah, the Chol assistance. Nice. Reduces the mana cost of obelisks. Yay! Fun to see you talking about the mechanics. I was much angrier about it than I wanted to be. I try not to be like that, but man. Because I've been playing this game for like 15 hours over the last couple of days, because one night I was just like, I don't want to play an involved game right now, but I need to play something so I'm not just slumped over in my chair, just feeling grumpy. So I was like, this game's on sale. And then my grump was directed. I was no longer just kind of in a bad mood. I was in a bad mood because of the bad game design decisions present in this game. I mean, that's an improvement, I guess. Sometimes a game gives you an issue or two. Yeah, like, I went to several schools for game design. I care about this shit. And not to talk myself down too much, but I lack a lot of the motivation and, like, drive required to really get into, like, game dev. Just, like, making games myself, like, working at a game dev studio or something like that. I generally just, I struggle with having the motivation to do something like that myself. But that doesn't mean that I don't care. And I've been like this since I was young. Like, in my teens, I developed a sense of, like, I don't just want to, like, young teens even. It was never like, I just want to play the new game. But even when I was at my most basic, like, I'm gonna play Call of Duty with my friends, I would still quite often go out of my way to, like, really examine what is different about the new thing. Like, new Call of Duty, okay. Why does that matter? It's the one everyone's going to be playing because it's new. Okay, cool. Well, I'm going to be playing this with my friends anyways. Let's compare and contrast. Let's see, like, what this game improved on. Like, what is different, and do those differences make it better or worse? Or maybe those differences have upsides and downsides. Maybe those upsides and downsides balance out. Maybe they don't. And just thinking about all that kind of shit, like, I care. I care about video games. I've always found that kind of thing really interesting to look at and examine, so it's like, yeah, I want to play Starfield. But recently, I've been going back and, like, just seeing what the modding community for Skyrim is like. And just like, hey, how easy is it to mod Skyrim these days? And the end result of that whole process is still fundamentally, oh, you're just gonna go back and play Skyrim? Came out on every system, like, they just keep releasing Skyrim? Oh, it's the same game, it's always been exactly the same. And it's like, kind of. I played it and enjoyed it at the time, but even outside of that, a modding community like that can really change a game, just fundamentally. And if they don't change the game, what do they change? Is it just, like, turning all of the characters into anime waifus with, like, super skimpy, revealing outfits? And I could tell you, I tried to find some of those skimpy outfits for the ladies and the dudes. I was having trouble finding, like, outfits where the ladies' boobies are hanging out that actually, like, worked. Well, okay, if they're not just making outfits where the ladies' boobies hang out, then what are they doing? And it's like, shit, Acker linked me a mod where they add in a parkour system, where you can just, like, climb up onto rooftops by, like, you just, like, and it's, like, fully animated. Like, you go third person, and, like, your character reaches up, grabs onto the ledge of the little, like, the overhang, and pulls themselves up. And it's like, wow! You are spending so much effort to implement this into Skyrim. And I went through a process where I used a Wabbajack installer. And what that is it's a dedicated program that... One moment. It's a dedicated program where you select a mod pack. You select a mod pack, you tell it where your Skyrim install is. And you log in to the websites where you're downloading these files from. So, like, if you're only downloading files from like the Nexus Mods site, then you just log into the program with your Nexus Mods account. Kind of sketchy, I know, it worked. You log into that account with your account. You log into that site with your account, and if you have a Nexus Mods premium account, then it will just automatically download all of the mods required, and then it will install them and set everything up so that, in the end, all you have to do to start playing this mod pack is open up the mod manager and click play. And it is crazy, because this pack had like 400 mods in it. Trying to manually install something like that can be a goddamn nightmare. But now, and Wabbajack, the program that I used to do like this crazy and like very effective mod installation, they have that kind of thing for games other than Skyrim. Like, I saw one for Fallout 4. I saw like 2 for games I've never heard of. So, like, it's valuable to look into what the modding community for a game can be like, because even if you don't end up playing it, you can see, like, wow. Like, okay, someone in a server that I'm in linked a game, and I looked at the game, and the person who linked it initially described it as RimWorld XCOM. And I'm like, that sounds kind of interesting. And I look at it, and it looks pretty neat. And the XCOM RimWorld descriptor seemed pretty accurate overall. And I start looking at the description, and in the description it says, from the makers of the highly acclaimed combat overhaul mod for RimWorld. Yo! That is great! I love that. So, for me, caring about video games is not just, like, you're playing the new Bethesda game? They're all the same. You should play a game that's unique. Why don't you go out of your way and play some indie games? No. I care about video games. And when I care about video games, it's not just a certain kind of video game. I love video games. Plural. Period. That's why I stream, is that I can show off these video games that I think are interesting. And, like, I love Deadly Premonition. Deadly Premonition kinda sucks to play. I'm gonna share this experience with these people. I care so much about Deadly Premonition. I'm going to share in this with you, the people, my friends. Making your own games is so fun, TBH. So, you know, I graduated. I graduated with honors from my game design program. I enjoy, like, in theory, I quite enjoy the process of making games, because, like, the process is so weird and interesting. You run into so many technical problems, and some of these technical problems become design problems of just like, well, I wanted to have the mechanic work this way, but I can't figure out how to make it work this way, but I can make it work this other way. And making it work this other way actually changed up some things about the way that these other mechanics work. And it's kind of cool, actually. You like making games that keep getting hung up on things instead of actually making the game playable. You definitely seem like the kind of person who would be working on a game design project and have a very particular idea in mind, and you will put so much effort towards that idea, and, like, there will be cool stuff, like, you'll do cool stuff with that idea, but that idea is, like, tangential to actually playing the game. What is the game design version of a doodle? A demo. A vertical slice. A proof of concept. A game jam version. Shit like that. The prototypes, yeah. There's a lot of different words that you can use to describe it, but the fundamental thing is, like, that's totally a thing. The pita is good, allegedly. It's good to hear. Oh, there is pita for me? Oh, dip. Pita? Alright, I'm gonna go grab a slice of pita, and I will be back in a moment. Ooh, it smells good. Alright, I'm going to mute myself so there's no mouth sounds. I'm gonna take a bite. Oh, that is really good. Yeah, damn. Thank you, Cult and Chol. This is delicious. The seasoning adds a lot to it. I'm glad I got the last piece so I can get some extra seasoning from the stuff that's like at the bottom of the wax paper. More planes, more planes! Those are just obelisk towers from Command & Conquer Tiberium Wars. Never played it, but I believe you. My planes are leveling up. Also, do I have both of the range upgrades? No, this is... I think this is just one of the range upgrades for the radar. Just look how massive it is. Cult, thank you very much for the pita bread. It was delicious. The seasoning was also, like, hella good. I'm glad that I got the last piece so that I could, like, get the seasoning that had fallen off the other pieces and put more on. Oh shit. Oh shit, they're getting close. I am dead. Alright. So that's Rogue Tower. I've been playing it a lot, and it makes me mad because I want to like it more than I do. Oh yeah, this little readout is pretty neat. Damage per gold. So it's like how efficient, like how much damage are you getting out of these towers compared to how much money you put into them. Yeah, I bought a bunch of radars right at the end, so they did not get an opportunity to actually put out much damage, but even then, they're not, like, amazing damage powerhouses. One of their best aspects is that they don't use mana and they have a huge range. Obelisks are looking kind of bad. So the thing about the obelisk is that the obelisk's damage per gold was like pretty low compared to the lookout, but the lookout was just making my obelisks way better. And the frost keeps are relatively cheap. Yeah, the planes do, like, the plane AI is not great, and the fact that it's, like, kind of inconsistent makes them very unreliable. But they can be good for just, like, gradually pecking at enemies over time as they're, like, making their way towards your big choke point setup. Like, you just put radars all over the place so that enemies, like, enemies are just always getting pecked by these planes. But yeah, it's, got the monster manual. Ooh, mystery! Ooh, icosahedrons! So, this is the entire tutorial. Health, armor, and shield. Fortification, haste, and slow. Dot. If an enemy is bleeding, burning, or poisoned, yep. It's not a bad tutorial, but it could be better. Okay. That's it for Rogue Tower. I have said most of what I have to say about that game. But now I have another run-based video game to play a little bit of. And I like this one more. But this one also... This one also has problems. But it recently got a big update. New features, class marks, allows you to pick traits from different class. Finish the class master quests. Agony mode. Monster count, monster health, and XP drops are dynamically scaled based on your performance. Huh. What's going on in this game? I do overall like Halls of Torment. It is... I think it struggles in the sense that one of the appeals to traditional auto-shooter survivals is that you end up, like, reaching a point where you're just, like, super strong and blasting everything, and usually you'll reach that point because, like, you've unlocked, like, all of the meta progression upgrades and stuff like that. Halls of Torment does not reach that point as well as some other games do, but where it struggles in making you feel particularly powerful in comparison to other examples of the genre, and also, like, some of the sub-weapons are kind of not they don't feel great to use, regardless of how effective they are. But this game makes certain combat encounters feel way more impactful, and that's a cool thing. It's cool when this kind of game, like, makes you pay attention to combat encounters, because that can be a really difficult thing for this kind of game to do. So as you can see, I have just like a ton of these meta progression upgrades unlocked, like increased damage, increased attack speed, area of effect, different damage types. You can buy some revives. And then there's the equipment system, which is a pretty cool system. Mark. Oh, right, Mark. So each of these pieces of gear, you can have like different loadouts for the gear, but they will do a bunch of things. So like for the helmet slot, increased attack speed for each killed enemy for 10 seconds. And it stacks up to 30%. And then you've got when a boss or elite enemy appears, regenerate a bunch of HP. This one just gives you block strength and health. This one increases your health and defense. So you can have, like, there's a bunch of... Oh, they changed the Jade Amulet. It used to be the Jade Amulet would just give you increased experience gain. But now, the experience gain reduces over time. Well, I don't want that. Each time you've dealt 100 times your maximum health and damage, you regenerate a hit point. That's neat. When you would take damage, regenerate 20% health instead, recharges over 90 seconds. Okay. Sure, give me the move speed. Familiar seeming vibes. So yeah, this game is extremely aesthetically based off of Diablo 1 and 2. And you get that even more once we actually get into the game itself. Lightning attacks. Increased summon spawns, increased summon force, increased summon damage. It's all good. If you stand still, your damage increases by 6% per second. Spawn shadows near you that damage enemies and increase your block strength. Oh, right, this one is kind of annoying to actually use. If only there were any modern games based on Diablo 2's 1 and 2's aesthetic. Damn shame. Guess we'll never know. Leave a trail of goo. Sure, we'll go with this. And the Well Keeper is an interesting mechanic that I think is bad. So, I don't know if they changed this in the most recent patch, but the way that you unlock all of these mechanics to, like, put on all of your different characters on all your different builds is once per run, you can take one of the items that you have gotten on that run in a bucket, and the bucket comes up the well, and it goes to this guy. And in order to unlock actually using that item, like, from the start of a run, you have to pay money. So it's like a meta progression upgrade. It costs a lot of fucking money to buy these items, and so it can be very slow to actually accumulate the meta progression upgrades. Like, how many hours do I have in this game? I have almost 50 hours in this game. I had gotten all 201 achievements that were, like, available to get in this game. And, like, I currently have 1,316 gold. Like, this pair of boots, 8,000, 8,000, 6,500, 8,000, 8,000, 8,000, 5,000. I still have meta progression upgrades that I still need to unlock. 6,000, 4,700, 4,700, 25,000. I've played for 50 hours, and I am not even close to having enough money to buy all of the available upgrades. And the other big problem that I have with this game, some of the quests suck. Oh, I'm so glad. So, some of the quests also just used to have bad, templating, but now, like, deal 750,000 damage with the Arcane Splinter. You have to do that in a single run. Quest can be completed on any stage. That was always true. It did not used to say that. So defeat the Skeleton Lord, kill 50,000 slimes. Like, that's a lot of slimes, but you know, you're expected to do a bunch of runs of this game. Each one of these quests will give you additional XP gain. So, like, survive until there's only 2 minutes left. Kill certain bosses. All that jazz. Ooh, there's a new level! Most of the level quests weren't too bad, but certain character quests were bad, and in particular, one of them was very bad, and I don't see it. I think they changed it. Oh, thank God. Okay. So reach Agony 4 on the Haunted Caverns. I don't... Oh, Master Swordsman. Okay, so Agony 4 must be a new thing with a new patch. This quest used to be reach level 100 in a run. To reach level 100 in a run, you would need to play very well, like, in the sense that you need to be clearing enemies with very high efficiency. You need to be playing on the furthest level that is available, which was level 3, because those enemies drop the most XP. You need to be using every effect that gives you XP gain, and you need to have completed basically every other quest available, because those increase your XP gain. And if you do all of that, you might get to level 100. Maybe. One class, I think it was the Shield Maiden, it took me like 5 tries to get a run where I actually got to level 100. Yeah, you would think you would be doing amazing, and then the final boss would spawn, so normal enemies would stop spawning, so you would stop gaining experience, and you would be at, like, level 98. Oh boy, there's 2 new potions. Oh boy, this UI element is still busted. Well, good thing I re-equipped the Gatherer's Charm, because there's new potions to unlock. These are the potions available to you at the beginning of each run. So, in order to unlock one of these potions, you have to find these crafting materials in one of the levels. And normally, like, they will always be present, but if you have a certain necklace equipped, which I currently do, then you'll get a little compass that points you towards the ingredients. So that's a fun little system. But in order to get more of each of these different potions, you need to find a bottle on a run and send that bottle up as your one item that you can send up for that run. So either you can send up a bottle, or you could send up, like, a really good piece of armor, or you could send up, like, a piece of armor that you might use on another character or something. You get one... This was all the way that it used to be. Maybe they've changed some of these things, but it used to be you would get one. So it's like, do you want one more level up reroll? Do you want one more trait banish potion? Do you want one more of the thing that lets you, like, get double benefit from a level up? Or do you want a permanently unlockable piece of gear? The fact that you could only do one meant, like, if I want to upgrade, if I wanted to get all of these potions, I would need to go into a run, play until I found the bottle for one of those potions, send the potion back, and then immediately end the run. And I would have to do that another, what? Fucking 7, 6, so 13. I would have to do that another 17 times. And that's a lot of times to do a thing over and over. And it's like, you're expected to do a lot of runs of this game, but I want to do a run. Like, I want to play the whole game. I want to beat level 30. Sisyphus souls. Alright, I'm going to try out the new level, the Frozen Depths. Alright. Yep, bucket. Leave one item here and retrieve it. Retrieving equipment depletes the well. Seems like they haven't changed that. Ooh, they have an indicator telling you what level of upgrade each of these are. That didn't used to be a thing. That's great. Huh. Force is new. I think this used to be just duration or something. Force improves all attacks and abilities in different ways. Usually it increases stats like duration, piercing, knockback, and others. That's cool. Alright, alright. I mean, I do want attack speed. I do want to summon more ghosts. Increased damage, increased force. Sure, give me force. Weak metabolism, and it increases health regeneration, so let's Potion of Oblivion. That trait and all its follow-up traits will never be shown again this run. Get out of here. Pickup range is nice. Sure, move speed. So, yeah, Halls of Torment is level 5. Oh, like, as in this ability only starts showing up at level 5? Oh, okay. Neat. That is good information to know. It is weird that you kind of won't know until you've already unlocked the ability to pick that ability, but whatever. It's fine. I like it. Let's get rid of base health. And let's make it so that this one is always available, because there was a trick where you could... So, these abilities that have, like, the special border around them, the level up abilities, usually it's like Dedication 1 Bloodletting, and then there would be Dedication 1 something else. So there would be 2 different versions of Dedication 1, and if you used one of these Potion of Memories to make this one stick around, then you could take the other one, and then you could take this one, whereas normally you could only take one or the other. So I wonder if that's still a thing you can do, because that was a pretty cool, like, min-maxy thing that this game let you do. Oh shit, we got laser crystals. Increased damage from main weapon. Cool. Okay, so yeah, here's Dedication Bloodletting, and here's Dedication Defensive. So I can take Dedication 1 Defensive, and then I can take Dedication 1 Bloodletting. Because normally it's totally possible in this game to just run out of upgrades to be able to buy. If you were getting to, like, very high level and banishing a bunch of upgrades. I think they have nailed the aesthetic of Icy Cave in this kind of video game. Demonic Exchange. Force. Sure. Donkey Kong Country time. A little bit. Go get this scroll. Okay, so those ice crystals take the place of, like, the barrels that are in the other levels. Creepy crawlies. They got golems in this game. Big crystal. Mini boss time. Ow. This is tough when a lot of the laser crystals start showing up. Got a scroll. Flame Strike. Strong single target melee attack that hits the closest enemy. May inflict burn on hit. Damage and crit chance increase for every second the attack did not trigger. Or I could hit B to get increased experience, huh? Do you really want to discard all abilities? You'll be compensated with half a bar of your... Oh, half of your current XP bar. Uh-oh. No. That UI element is a little broken with controller controls. Yeah, getting rid of one of these is not worth half a bar of XP, especially when I'm still pretty early on in a run. Give me Flame Strike. That one's new. Let's take my maximum health and make me deal more damage. It is not a permanent increase XP boost. It is half of your current XP bar in XP. I don't think that is a worthwhile trade. Yeah. I mean, like, if you really just don't want to have those abilities... Like, there were some runs where I just did not, like, I would just throw certain abilities in the garbage because I just did not want to have those abilities. Now, Astronomer's Orbs is a summon effect, and I like summon effects. And this is basically the fucking Vampire Survivors Bible. and you can get some pretty cool upgrades for them that make them real good. Killed 500 enemies in one visit of the Frozen Depths. And I got a Steam achievement for it, too. Yeah, 5 orbs by default is... I'm pretty sure that is a notable buff. Which is weird. This ability did not need a buff. The Summoner's Orbs was already one of the best abilities in the game. But maybe the hard mode that they introduced makes it actually necessary. Yeah, I don't know if they got rid of the thing that lets you get a second row of them, but I'm going to work off of the assumption that that still exists. I did not look at all of the patch notes. All I saw was like, hey, we introduced a hard mode. And I was like, that seems cool. I'm still really curious what the hell it means by, like, dynamic difficulty scaling, but... I'll be checking it out this stream, for sure. Multi-hit! Because how multi-hit, like, it's like multi-hit. Oh, sometimes it'll deal damage twice. No, sometimes the attack will happen twice.
What's going on? What's going on? What? I don't understand what's going on here.
It's like a 10% chance that I will just summon an extra ghost every time I use my main ability. Alright, so here's one of the little potion crafting materials that I needed to get. Increased attack speed seems good. I want to fill the screen with Ghost. Reduced health, increased damage, give it. 10 times out of 10 every day of the week. If they get past my wall of ghosts and balls and skeletons and imps, like, you deserve it, dog.
Give me a break, give me a break.
When you got me, you got me. Ooh. I went sicko mode just in time for a mini-boss to show up. Let's go. Oh, that was an AoE that I stood in. I'm a fool.
What's going on?
Sure. I'll make my little flame slash a little better.
I don't understand.
Increased attack speed. Frost Avalanche emits projectiles in the 4 diagonal directions. Sure, I have not used that ability yet. Memorizing Bottle. When retrieved and bought, allows the cupbearer to increase the number of available potions of memory. I think I have unlocked all of the regular items, so I think I'm not going to have any new items to unlock on this run, unless they added more regular items too, which they might have. But it said, like, one of the things I was reading was, like, on hard mode, you can get uncommon items, which are, like, better versions of the items that were already available. Orb! Additional orb! Increased summon damage. Love to see it. Oh shit, God mode pickup. Boy, that ran out just in time, huh? Right after I walked out of that massive crowd of enemies I was trying to steamroll through. Man, this song is so exceptionally Hey Arnold. Just caught wind of a new Skyrim mod. A fucking ice dragon showed up and I'm looking at chat. I'm gonna have to come back to that chat message. Oh god, please. I only had the one revive. I defeated the basilisk. Summon enhancement. I love it. For years, the game had a hard limit of 4 sources of light at any time. That limit is now 2 billion. Yeah. Oh, nope. There are new items. Elemental Resonator. For each elemental effect, when hitting an enemy with your main weapon, you have a 1% chance to stack per stack to apply another elemental stack of the same type. That's pretty cool. Alright, I do want to get that other potion. Frost Chance? Sure. Extra multi-hit. Ooh, I'm summoning 3 ghosts sometimes. Limited light counts are usually pretty important for performance. Yeah, but it's pretty important for performance for a game that came out 12 years ago. But also, like, that seems like the kind of thing that would be, like, locked by the engine. So being able to change that kind of thing is crazy. Increase the mass of my orbs. Yo, nice orbs, man. Oh, thanks. Now I just need some all-natural enhancements. Here it is. Pink salt. My sister had a Himalayan salt lamp in her room for a while, and she said that it, like, helped with her asthma and stuff like that. Like, she felt as though it improved the air quality in her room. And it's like, whether that was true or not, she did have to, like, find a, like, she did have to start putting it away during the day, because if she wasn't around, then our cats would just keep licking it. Inner orbit. Another orbit lane gets summoned, which will rotate in the opposite direction. Extra balls. I'm surrounded by huge balls, and I love it. Cats are so dumb, I love them. Yeah, same. And also, I also love cats. In addition to the other thing. I haven't seen the cats at the neighbor house for a bit, but I also haven't been leaving the house as often, so I'm just going to continue to assume they're fine. Yeah, I don't have a Catcha emote, but I do have the Garfcha emote. Alright, let's go get that other scroll. I do really appreciate the design of Garfcha such that, like, it's clearly Kocha, it's not Catcha. So now I have the maned wolf, I have Kocha. Ooh, more achievements. So I have Kocha, and then I have Garfield Kocha, which might be a cat? And then I have the cat version of my persona, Catcha. But the Garf and the cat are different entities. Just gotta make it as confusing as possible. Turn it upside down, you get Batcha. It's still Kocha, even if he's turned upside down. But he does seem kind of bat-like when you put him upside down. It's the ears. Electrified orbs! Subject the enemies to shocking ball torture. Goofcha, like Goofy? The dog? Oh, now my little flame strike thing sends out a wave attack around enemies. That's cool. Well, gorsh. I feel like every time I try to do a Goofy, it ends up more Banjo. Because, like, I started making the mouth motions to do gorsh, and, like, my core instinct was guh. I guess I'll summon the Golem. The Golem kinda sucks. But it is a thing that scales with summoning damage, so... Banjo Kagoofy. Increase force. I should probably go hang out by the bucket. I should maybe just toss the new necklace that I picked up in the bucket, just in case I fuck up. Because I have been taking a lot of level up perks that decrease my maximum life, and so if I do get hit by something like I did just there, I do lose half of my life. Like I did just there. So let's go put this thing in the bucket. Ooh, I got one of the magnet things. Increase the speed of my orbs. We've got cool Ice Knight dudes showing up now. Oh. Give me the carrot. Man. It's messed up that Deltarune Part 3 is not coming out this year. Because I want it. I want more Toby Fox content. Like, Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, I was just like, oh man, that's coming out? Oh, cool. But Toby Fox content, I'm just like in a constant state of like thinking about Susie. This boss is pretty cool. Fucking skeleton orb robot bullet hell nonsense. Oh god. I want to beat it, but I'm dying here. Could get defense. I'm getting more attack. I died. Well, that'll show me. New character? They had a new character? Oh my god. There's a new... Beast Huntress got a dog! Alright, are there any class-relevant unlocks that I haven't gotten already? No. Okay, so cool. Let's play as the Beast Hunter, who has a dog. I assume she also likes summon stuff. Can you pet the dog? I'm hitting a lot of buttons, and I'm not petting the dog, unfortunately. Alright, Elemental Resonator is not going to do a whole lot for me on a summon class, presumably. Sure, let's get some more defense upgrades. I forgot to actually equip abilities. Or equipment, rather. Okay, so... give me move speed. Give me summon bonuses. Give me... killing an enemy has a chance to restore some health. Now, do I want the rats? I think I want the rats. I'll get the rats, and I'll get the... imps. And give me the thing that just nullifies a hit against me. And we'll use the Wind Crown again. Oh. Oh, okay. Allows you to pick swordsman character traits, archer character traits. Alright, yeah. Because now I can get increased summon damage, which will make my dog better. I've got an ice spear. Oh. Oh yeah, ice wasn't really a thing the player could do before. I think it was just lightning and fire. Yeah, give me attack speed. I'm curious what the weak effect... because most characters will have, like, a certain kind of upgrade that is just weak for them. Like, they're just... like, that kind of upgrade is just not good for that class. So sometimes it's like, a character will get less block strength or less health regen. Or maybe they made those less prevalent. It makes sense making that kind of thing not super prevalent. Like, it's a fun idea, but it does kind of, like, pigeonhole certain characters into only doing one type of build. I do wish that there were a way to see, like, the character's core abilities. Because you can see, like, which level up things you've taken. You can see descriptors for, like, the extra abilities that you get from the scrolls. But you can't see, like, as far as I am aware, there is not a way to just look and see, as far as I'm aware, there's not a way to look and see, like, what each class does. Because the Shield Maiden has 2 different attacks, and one of those attacks cannot crit and only scale, and, like, it only increases its damage based off how much armor you have. But I don't think there's a definitive way to see that information anywhere. Seems like the dog will just, like, scoot around and bite people. Good dog. So what does area do? It's unclear. It's kind of seeming like the dog might be vestigial here, which would be sad. We need defense, actually. Or maybe, yeah, I think I could just, like, cut health regen and maximum health upgrades and just go all in on defense and block for my defensive options, because a lot of the summoner abilities will trade off defense for, or, like, health for bonus effects. I'm like trying to figure out what the Beast Huntress's deal is, other than her attack does cold damage. Another game in a row where the game gives insufficient mechanical information. Sure, I'll get Radiant Aura. Which is like the garlic, but way worse. So, Halls of Torment. I've talked a bunch about Halls of Torment before, but Halls of Torment is a, like... When I first played the demo for this game, I thought it was, like, so... just mediocre. But, having played a lot more of it, I mean, I've got 50 hours in it, I think it just, like, it really revels in being a slower and more methodical experience than something like a Vampire Survivors, and that's fine. Trying to find your own niche makes sense, especially when your primary competition is, like, as big a name as Vampire Survivors, like, commonly attributed as being the game that, like, started off this genre as a whole. Rat stuck. So I get it, but it is still... It can be really difficult to, like, really see the appeal in a game that, like, when so much of the appeal of Vampire Survivors is, like, the arcadey, over-the-top nonsense, going into a game that is generally designed like that, except you actually have to pay more attention to the combat encounters, it's weird. So it took some time to warm up to it. And I think it still struggles a lot with the equipment, like, only sending one thing back in the bucket every run. I still think that's a terrible system. But I think overall, this game has some pretty cool stuff. Like, the fact that you do have to pay more attention to combat encounters. Like, I have, like, tons of the meta progression upgrades, and I still died during that last run. And I'm not even playing the hard mode. Like, I think there's value in that. Alright. Plus 20% frost chance. Enemies with the frost effect will deal area damage on death or when reaching 20 stacks. Damage is based on the number of stacks. Area is based on the strongest hit received. Interesting. Effect chance buff. Okay. Modifies the chance to apply effects on enemies. For every 100% chance, one stack is guaranteed. This can be combined with on-hit, on-crit, on-damage, and on-block chances. That's cool. I'm very glad that they made all of that clear. Because I do enjoy that kind of system where, like, if you get over 100%, then maybe you'll just do it twice. Like, I think in Warframe, like, if you have, like, if you have over 100% crit chance, you will always crit, and you will have a chance to do, like, a super crit, which is just, like, doing another crit on top of the crit. I enjoy that kind of thing. Yo, someone talked about Warframe, get hype! I played a lot of Warframe a long time ago, and I have not played a ton in recent years. A couple of years back, I went back into it and tried to, like... I tried to get back into it, but one of the big problems that I have with Warframe is that its progression is so open-ended that I never really felt like I had a good idea of what I should be doing. So sometimes it's like, oh, you go do the big quest, and it's like, okay, but after I do the big quest, what do? I don't know. Level up weapons, get more warframes, level up the warframes. It's like, I get it, but the core loop did not really get me as a game where I'm just going to play this game for 1,000 hours. I would probably go back to RuneScape if I were to play an MMO right now. And it's been really tempting to re-up my RuneScape subscription recently because I've just been feeling so low energy. So it can be nice to, like, I got Columbo on one screen, I've got a VOD upload going, and I'm just clicking rocks or something. Play FF14 with you. Let's lose brain cells together going through A Realm Reborn. No, I did my time. I ain't going back. You can't make me go back. I've also been thinking about getting back to Final Fantasy XIV, because I was starting to get to the end. I was getting towards the end of the second expansion. I was not at the end, but I was approaching the end. Or rather, I was approaching the end of, like, the release content, because there's always the post-patch content where it's like, hey, you gotta go do a raid. And stuff like that. Stormblood. And I was, like, pretty excited to get to Shadowbringers, too, because, like, I wanted to see what like, going through a dungeon with, like, your main story character buddies. Like, I wanted to check that stuff out. But I did not get there before I got distracted. I also, like, got myself involved in, like, recruiting those Grand Company dudes, like, you're managing the training for characters and you send them out on missions and stuff. Like, I started tinkering around with that stuff and got distracted by, like, oh, you could unlock this character for that mechanic if you go do some golden saucer shit. And I don't think any of that stuff is worth it. I have yet to see a reason that stuff is worth it. Because theoretically, you can bring those guys with you in the dungeons, but I've seen, like, one dungeon that lets you bring dudes with you if you have that like, if you even have the option to do so. Which I thought I was unlocking the option to do so by training up those idiots, but I couldn't find a way to actually make that happen. So it felt like I just wasted a bunch of my time. It was a different system, yeah. So that was a demotivating factor. Command missions are bring these folks with you through this dungeon you've already completed, rather than play this dungeon for the first time with NPC allies. Yeah, see, that was not super clear to me. Ow. I'm not getting killed by this basilisk twice in a row. Or 2 runs in a row, rather. I should have gotten the Frost Chance thingy. that upgrade might show up again. Oh, stop. Please. Okay, there we go. I already have all of these. I should have just thrown them away. I didn't realize you could discard in exchange for experience with regular items as well. Trusts are good for the first time going through a dungeon, but slower than going with other players. Yeah. Like that... I wanted to try that stuff out, because it's like, oh, the NPC buddies will also have, like, stuff to say in the dungeon, and that stuff seems cool. But yeah, another problem that I was having is... I wanted to try other classes, but because your level, like, there's no way to directly translate your level and, like, approximate gear quality to other classes. Like, the thought of having to go and train up other classes is kind of like... like, I'm not... I've been playing Dragoon since I started playing. Like, Dragoon was the first class that I started playing with, and it's still my main. And it's not really that I want to just... like, switch to a different class entirely and just like, oh, I'm done with Dragoon. Like, that's not really what I want, but I want to, like, try out what the other classes are like. But I don't want to grind up, like, through the early levels, and I know, like, you gotta play through some of the early levels. You gotta play through some of the early levels to understand how to actually play the class, because that's the way that progressing through the class works, is you unlock a new ability, and that new ability builds off of that character's, or that class's moveset and everything. So I get it, but every time that I consider, like, spending some time poking around with a new class, it's like, yeah, but I still need to catch up on the story. Like, everybody keeps talking about how good the story is, and I keep having to avoid spoilers about the story, and it's like, I should just do the story. And then I'll, like, be doing open world content as Dragoon, and it just feels like I am having to take so many game actions in order to fight some random bear in the woods. That's just kind of an MMO problem in general. Hello, Dura. How's it going? Later, Ash. Thanks for hanging out. How did stream go, Dura? What was your stream today? I didn't notice the notification. Hope it went well. Played Armor Core. It hit a wall. So I've heard. I've heard that Armored Core 6 is not a kind game. That's a thing that makes me excited to get to it. I want to play it. But I have long been a FromSoft gamer. Well, long been. I know there's people who played the Armored Core games on the PlayStation, but you know, I played Dark Souls when it first came out and was hella into it. And I know they're not the same. I know, I get it, but just the concept of FromSoft difficulty is not really an intimidating factor for me. It is something that I am excited for. Because FromSoft is generally pretty good about designing games wherein there is a multitude of ways that you can build your character and approach situations and stuff like that. AC6 is on a different level with its bosses. Yeah, I've just seen a lot of people talk about, like, oh man, this fucking boss. Like, what do I do? And having recently, you know, the Terraria stream started because I was, at one point, like, I just arbitrarily decided, like, I'm gonna try out the Terraria Calamity mod. And I started on Expert, so it had been years since the last time I played Terraria, and I'm fighting like these really difficult Calamity mod bosses on Expert, and I was having a great time. Yeah, like the fact that Armored Core just lets you swap out, like, you just change your build whenever you go back to the garage. Like, you just... Hey, it seems like playing with, like, sniper parts, like, trying to play the long-range game, isn't going great right now. Why don't you go, like... Why don't you just go put an energy sword on and try that and see if it works? I think that is something that the Souls games do suffer from, is, like... So, there are often ways to respec your character from, like, Dark 2 onwards. But respecing your character doesn't take the upgrade materials out of your weapon. So, like, unless you just have a huge cache of upgrade materials, you're not going to be able to really, truly switch builds at, when you need to, or when you want to. Because you've still put a bunch of resources into your gear. Laser Spider doesn't seem to act the same each time you fought it. Yeah. Sometimes that'll happen. Sometimes, like, you'll just run into a bunch of, like, you'll run into behaviors that you didn't run into the previous couple of attempts. I'm getting all these sick Chivos. If I stream it, you might have to make a Kocha emblem. Once I get a new video card, I am very probably going to at least do one stream of it. I didn't do a full stream of Elden Ring. I don't know if I would even consider doing a full stream of AC6, but I do want to do at least one stream of it. Like Baldur's Gate 3, I also want to do at least a stream of Baldur's Gate 3, but a lot of that is contingent on me finally getting a new video card picked up, and it's like, taxes included, a 4070 Ti is going to cost me like $900. And that's a lot of money, and I have the money, but I don't want to spend $900 at the same time. Feels bad. Could also play Armored Core 6 on PS5. That is true. I don't know if there's cross-play between that and the PC version at all. AC6 is much shorter than Elden Ring. Yeah, I'd fucking hope so! Good lord! Elden Ring is too long! I love it. Love Elden Ring. Great game. That game's too fucking long. $20 to $30 hours, that's downright reasonable. Especially considering the other, like, big, major game release that I'm looking at playing is Baldur's Gate 3, which people have attested to spending a lot of time on. Yeah, sure. Give me some health regen right now. Ow. I want to go over there. There's gems over there, but there's just like a wall of dudes that are beefy. I desire to be beyond the wall of flesh. The emblem share stuff is console exclusive. Ah, of all the stuff to be gated between like each version, that seems like something that would be like so easy to have like transferable between the versions. Weird. I did it. I defeated the Twisted Construct. What? I want to look at the items first. Unholy Touch. Chance for all melee attacks to apply Affliction. Great. I got a new thing, and I'm putting it in the bucket. Yeah, like, multiplayer and stuff like that, yeah, sure. Like, you don't... The multiplayer not being crossplay is so much more understandable than the emblem editor doesn't transfer over easily. It's so weird. Like, you don't have different parts per version, right? I can't imagine why you would. Unless for some reason it's just like, hey, here's a PlayStation logo that you can use in your decal. Oh, because we have the PlayStation logo available to use on your decal, you're not allowed to use any of these on anything other than the PlayStation. Which... that would be a weird decision to make. Yeah, like, crossplay has always been a weird thing, and some games will have it set up like, hey, if you're using a controller, like, if you are using controller inputs as your primary source of inputs, then you cannot play against people who are using mouse and keyboard. And that's usually for, like, Halo. I think Halo Infinite had that. Of, like, hey, here are the mouse and keyboard lobbies. Oh, Red Dead Redemption 2, and I think GTA 5 also did that, of just, like, the mouse and keyboard players and the controller players are separated, because in an environment wherein you're expected to do, like, precision aiming, the mouse players will always have an advantage. Like, you can have a player who's just extremely good at aiming with the controller, but on broad terms, the average controller aim player is going to be at a disadvantage. And there are ways that you can try and mitigate that, but then those come with their own problems. Like, we gave controller players a little bit of auto aim, and then the mouse and keyboard players are just like, ooh, hey, what the fuck? You can't just give players auto aim. Separate the controller players between those who grip it normally and those who use the reverse claw. Man. I still don't actually know how the Armored Core control scheme works, and I just have so much difficulty trying to imagine what the control scheme would be like that would warrant holding a controller like that. Because, like, if... I've held a controller weird for some games. Of just, like, I have my index finger on the face buttons, I have middle finger on R1, I have ring finger on R2. Like, I've done that. But holding the controller backwards is a lot. Hype train! Separate those that use a fight stick from those who don't. Sonic Fox is one of the best fighting game players in the world right now, and Sonic Fox I think has always been a pad player. I don't think Sonic Fox has ever been a fight stick user. So people used to go on about that kind of thing, but they just started making more and more games just, like, they started making the control schemes not terrible for controller players. And it turns out that goes a long way towards making the game more, like, competitively playable on a controller. Hallucinogenic bottle. Ooh. Uh-oh. Boss time. Starting the boss fight with not a huge amount of health is a little scary. Deal a bunch of damage with Flame Strike. Great. I'm sorry that the mouse cursor is currently on the screen. You're just gonna have to deal with that. Dive kick doesn't care what you're using. Oh, you didn't play with the official dive kick controller? Casual. I was a big fan of when dive kick was like being brought to conventions and stuff, and they had the official dive kick controller, and it was just a huge. It was like fight stick sized, but it was just taken up by these two huge buttons, and the two buttons were dive and kick. I didn't actually love dive kick that much. It was kind of fun, but it seems like the kind of thing that it is more explicitly for, like, hardcore fighting game nerds to really dig into the appeal of it. Beyond just like, I'll check it out. Oh, that was neat. I'm done. Dog trainer, have your dog deal 1,000,000 damage. Good job, dog. It boils down. Okay, so you are reducing the genre down to its absolute most basic components, being like spacing. Spacing being like the absolute heart of that kind of game, and like spacing being the foundation of, you know, like empty jumps and like approaching and then backing off in order to bait out an attack and stuff like that, and like so much of what fighting games are mechanically in a competitive sense is dive kick. Like, dive kick is exactly that and only that. But there is a lot of appeal to what a fighting game is beyond that for a more casual player like myself. Oh yeah, DK Bongos would be a great dive kick controller. Having a good time? I am having a good time. I'm having a much better time with the Halls of Torment than I was having with Rogue Tower. I don't hate Rogue Tower, to be clear. I feel like I made... Let me be clear. I feel like I made this clear enough when I was talking about it at the time. I don't hate that game, but that game makes me mad. As a game designer who has made 0 actual games, but I have a degree, that game makes me mad. I understand the appeal of Rogue Tower, and I still have played that game for like 15 hours over the last couple of days. But that game has a lot of bad design in it. You can watch the VOD afterwards if you're curious about everything I have to say about it, because I did have like an hour and a half worth of things to say about it. And I don't think it's bad, but it's frustrating that it's not better, because the fundamental design of the game generally works really well, but its bad decisions make the game worse in a tangible way. For me, at least. And maybe some of my criticism comes from, like, some manner of misunderstanding of certain aspects of the game. Like, maybe I just don't know what makes some of the towers good, or I have never put myself into a situation that makes certain towers good. So, like, my frustrations with their design are, like, based off of incomplete information. Just, like, a perspective that is flawed by a lack of information. But one of the biggest problems that I had with that game is that it struggles to get its information across in a consistent way, in a consistent and informative way. A way wherein you are accurately making gameplay decisions and there is no, like, moment of misunderstanding in which you thought a mechanic worked in this way because it is worded in that way, but the way that it is worded does not accurately, like, get across how it functions. I'm probably not going to beat this boss. Having an attack that has a similar visual effect to one of the boss's attacks is worrying. Ow. Oh god. Palms are sweaty. Ow. Please. Please, sir, I've been alive for a whole 30 minutes. You wouldn't take that away from me. God, my movement speed is not enough to evade that attack if it follows a certain pattern. Oh god. Ah, please. Please do not start attacking faster. I just want to run away and regenerate my health. And just slowly pick away at you from a distance. Yeah, the music being fairly calming is helping me a lot right now with my anxieties. No. No, he's like right on top of me. Fuck you! Why was he so fast? Wait, what? What do you mean killed the Lord of Hate? I killed him posthumously! What? Trained Beast Huntress. Item? Huh? Item, fucking Tim Allen grunt? Work in progress? Task failed successfully. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I also really like the Frost Keeps. Norseman! New boy. Deal 750,000 damage with Arcane Rift. Deal a ton more damage with Arcane Rift. Reach Agony 4 on Frozen Depths. Kill a bunch of ghouls. Kill creatures made of ice. Kill beasts. Okay, Ember Grounds. Deal a bunch of damage with Frost Avalanche, can be done on any stage. Deal a bunch of damage with Flame Strike, can be done on any stage. Okay. I did get a bunch of money off of that. Although most of the money was from, like, completing quests, so they were one-time rewards. Well, I guess I technically beat the thing? No, I didn't. I beat the thing, but I didn't collect the thing because I was dead, so I didn't unlock Agony Mode. I see. Well, I guess I'll just have to beat it again. I'll probably start just playing this a bunch instead of Rogue Tower for a little bit, but... Task confused. Yeah, a little bit. Anyways, the new update seems cool. I like how there is a bunch of new content in the game. Because... I also like how they changed some of the challenges to be less obscene to actually accomplish. Like, I don't know how hard reaching Agony 4 on the Forgotten Viaduct actually is, but I can tell you it's probably more obtainable than reaching level 100 as each of the classes. That challenge is terrible. Hope we get to fight non-Diablo. Yeah, the final bosses are generally pretty cool in this game. This game is cool. If you like auto-shooter survivals, and you've, like, just done everything in Vampire Survivors, and you're down with a slower-paced, but, like, more active gameplay version of that kind of game, Halls of Torment, easy recommend for me. This game is great. But yeah, I'm gonna play more of it. I'm gonna get all of the achievements in it, and I'll probably be talking in the Discord about my experiences with that process. But for now, I've been going for 4 hours, and I do not want to start another half-hour run. So that's it. That's it for tonight's stream. I had a good time. I hope you all had a good time as well. What? Thanks to Cult for the Tier 3 resub 6 hours ago. with the message, haha, what happens if I sub now? What happens is I miss the message. I almost, like, miss it completely. Good job, Cult. Thanks again to Ash for the gift sub. Where are we dropping? Who we raiding? Zell is currently streaming Armored Core 6. Vinny is streaming Starfield. So, if you want to avoid Armored Core 6 gameplay and spoilers and stuff, you can go ahead and be on your merry way. But I want to support Zeldrick, friend of mine, cool guy. Last chapter of AC6. Oh, I'm gonna have to hit the bricks pretty quick after the fact then, but Vinny has over 6,000 viewers. Vinny doesn't need the help. So, I'm saying I have been a little under the weather recently, and hopefully I'll be at least fine by Saturday. I mean, best case scenario, I'm just back to normal on Saturday, but I guess we'll see. Anyways, yeah, thanks everyone for showing up and hanging out and chatting and all that good stuff, and hopefully I will see you all again on Saturday for Terraria. Have a good one.